Yeah, guys. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, Tanya.
Okay, we'll just start in 2 minutes, okay? Hi everyone, I'm Tanya Vadva. I work with KPMG in the CFO advisory department. So we'll be studying financial modeling today. If you guys know anything about financial modeling, then I'll just give a brief introduction to what financial modeling is, and after that we'll go on to different formulas that we use to prepare financial models. Uh, Karan, can you make me the presenter so that I can share my screen? I'm just waiting for Karan to make me the presenter, and I'll share my screen. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we
Okay,
can see.
so we'll be studying financial modeling today. So, if you guys know anything about financial models, I'll just give you a brief idea as to what financial models are. And based on that, we'll be doing certain formulas that will help you prepare financial models. So financial models are basically like if the company wants to make certain decisions, or it wants for financial forecasting, or it wants to do certain financial analysis. So instead of preparing Excel spreadsheets during that situation, when that situation happens, the company has a financial analyst or a financial modeler in place who makes these specific financial models for the company for different decision making purposes. So instead of making that spreadsheet in the moment, you will have these financial models ready. You just have to put in the data and you'll get your analysis, or you'll get the answer that you want for that specific situation. So this is obviously made on based on certain assumptions that the company would have faced in the past. So based on those assumptions that are drawn from past situation, the company's financial modeler will prepare the financial model. Uh, this will be on the basis of a company of like a summary of the company's past expenses and earnings, on the basis of which we'll create a spreadsheet. Using that spreadsheet, we'll be able to calculate the impact of a future event or a decision. So financial models can have multiple uses. One of these can be cash flow forecasting. Another thing can be that you can use it for making capital budgeting decisions, for scenario planning and management decision making, like what if and what is to be done during a certain situation. It can also be used for valuation of business. It can be used for financial statement analysis or for ratio analysis. It can be used for working capital and treasury management. And it can also be used for activity-based costing, profitability analysis, cost analysis, etc. So right now here we are just learning what a financial model is, but building a financial model takes a lot of time. And since we would be for preparing a financial model, a lot of use of Excel is required. So to do that, you need to be very hands-on with Excel and learn certain basic formulas, which will help you to prepare that financial model. So today we'll be learning at least around 10 to 11 formulas or 10 to 11 Excel functions that will help you build a financial model. So we'll start with the basics first. These are very easy formulas. So as you progress with the different formulas, you'll learn how these basic formulas come into play and how they'll help you build the financial model. So the first four formulas that we'll be learning today are E date, EO month, year frac, and days 360. So I'll just open a separate sheet, and as we keep progressing further, we'll keep also doing a quick revision of what we've learned before. So the first formula is E date. What E date does is that, one second. What eDate does is that I'm just making this yellow. So we have a date which is 1st April 14. Now you want to go 12 months ahead of this date and find out what date will that be at the immediate start of the month. For this, you will like I would suggest that you also start uh, entering these formulas in your own Excel, because that will help you to learn this side by side. So E date is start date. The formula is E date. The syntax is start date, and then number of months ahead of start date. So if I want to go 12 months ahead of the start date, I will use this formula, and this will take me exactly 12 months at the beginning of the start date. Like if I am starting from 1st April, this will bring me in the 12 months ahead and in the beginning of the month, which is 1st April 15. Now, if I want the number of months to be 9 instead of 12, this will bring me to the beginning of the month, which is 1st Jan 15. So based on the number of months that you enter, it will take you exactly that number of months ahead to the beginning of that month. Now, what is the use of this formula? E-date helps you to calculate. So if you're basically, you have a loan liability in your company, and the due date of the interest or the due date of the principal is falls exactly on the same day of the month as the date of the issue. So this is just one example. So using this formula, you can calculate the date that will fall exactly those number of months ahead. So if I want to calculate this for every value that we have here, 12 months ahead. So what I'll do is, let me just show you the formula again. This will be E date. Start date is
Oh, hi,
1st
Tanya.
April 14. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you please repeat why we'll calculate this formula? Can you please repeat that?
So one of the uses can be like I just give you an example. One of the uses can be that say you're building a financial model which requires you to compute the interest and principal related to a loan liability, and according to the terms of agreement of that loan, the interest or the principal payment falls on the same day of the month as the date of issue or the last date of payment of interest. So if it's on the same month, you can use this formula instead of calculating it. Like if I have to, like, instead of using the formula, if I just want to do this manually, I would have to calculate it every time for every month. So instead of doing that manually, you can just use this Excel formula and it will take you exactly those number of months ahead on the same day. So if I want to do this, I will do E date, start date, number of months is 12. So if the principal payment to the loan is due exactly 12 months after the date of issue, which say was 1st April 14. So this will give you 1st April 15. So the next payment is due on 1st April 15. Now if you say the date of issue was 31st March 14, so I can, for every scenario that would be there, I can just drag this along and this will get me on the same day 12 months ahead. This is the thing that we are doing right now. You can also try this. I won't move forward till you've tried this in your laptop. So we'll give this a number of like some time. So if instead of 12 months, this was say 6 months, 6 months ahead of 1st April 14 should be 1st September 14. Sorry, 1st October 14. Same day, just those number of months ahead. You can change this every time. You can also make this say 24. If I make this 24, this should get me on 1st April 16. Which is what is happening here. So now some of you would also have the question that what if we had to go backwards? So in that case, if I have to go 12 months backwards, even though that won't be used too often, but just to test the formula, if I make this minus 12, I'm going exactly 12 months backwards on the same day as the start date. So you can try this out in your laptops. It's E date, start date, and then the number of months that you want to go backwards or forward. So you can use these input values or you can use any other value that you want just to test the formula. It will be any number of months that you want, and you can see what the formula answer gives you and what you think that the answer would be. Let me know once you're done. We'll give this about 5 minutes and then we'll move on to the next formula. Any questions that you have, please let me know.
Anya, I just did the same formula, but for
Yeah.
31st March 2014, I got the value, and the same thing I got the value for 25th September 2014.
Okay, so you're saying that you used 12 months, and for
Yes,
31st March 14, you would have got the answer 31st March 15.
yeah, I should get it, but I got the value there.
What do you mean by value?
Uh, Hashtag value we get
Okay. So,
because the first
did
I
you?
got it correct, and 10 June
Okay,
also I
okay.
got
Okay. I got that. So when you're using the formula and when you're using it for a number of values, what you need to do is that I don't know if you guys are familiar with the concept of freezing a cell. So
the.
what you do is uh, you do start date. Now when you're dragging this along, the start date is changing every time in this row, but the number of months here stays constant. So basically you need to freeze this. So
Correct. I did it.
had I not frozen that cell, then this would have been the value. So now to correct this, what I'll do is I will fix B8 using F4
Yes.
and then drag it along. So is this the issue that you were facing?
Uh, uh, the null one was not because I freezed it. I saw your formula and I freezed it F4. Still, I got it. I
Okay.
think I dragged wrongly. That's the reason.
हाँ एक बारी just try it again. I don't think you should face an issue.
Not sure why I'm getting like that. But okay, I got it. I know. I
Okay.
don't know somehow how I got it, but I got it.
Songs that sound way.
Does anyone have any questions? We'll wait for another 2 minutes and then move on to the next formula. Okay, so moving on. Here we learned e-date. So where can e-date be used? E-date can be used where you have a loan liability and the payment falls exactly on the same date as the date of issue, the number of months ahead. So whenever you use e-date where the formula is e-date, start date, and then the number of months, this will bring you exactly those number of months on the same day. That is the beginning of the month. So now let's say if this was not 1st April and this was 15th April, so then if I change this here, this should become 15th April 15 on the same day, those number of months ahead. So we were getting 15th April here. Now another formula that is similar to e-date is the EO month, but in the EO month formula, this will not bring you in the beginning of the month. This will actually take you to the end of the month. So where you basically, like for example, if the loan you've taken is on the first day of the month of 1st April 14 and the interest payment is due at the end of the month, in that case you can use EO month and come exactly those number of months ahead at the end of the month. So the formula is similar. You use EO month, start date, and the number of months. This will get you 12 months ahead at the end of the month. Another thing is that say this was not 1st April 14 and this was 30th April 14, that is the end of April. The answer here remains the same. In e-date, it goes exactly 12 months ahead on the same date. But since this date is already the end of the month for April, this will not change because EO month will bring you to the end of the month, which is already there. Now, similarly, like for 31st March 14, this is returning the value as 31st March 15. So in that case, both e-date and EO month will give you the same answer. Similarly, for 10 June 14, we'll get 30th June 14 and so on. Now, if we want to use this formula for 12 months, instead of 12 months, we want to use this for say 9 months. That will bring you the end to the end of the month, 9 months ahead. And since this was already okay, no, sorry. So this will bring you to the end of the month. And now if this was say 24 instead of 9, so 2 years ahead and to the end of April. Here the answer is already 31st December. So this will just bring you to 31st December 2 years ahead. And had we changed this for e-date, you would be getting the same answer for March, the same answer for December, and the same answer for 31st December. Because here the months are already, the date is already at the end of that month. So how do you use this formula? You use EO month. The syntax is very similar to e-date. EO month, start date, and those many number of months ahead. Now, since I wanted for these many dates, I'll be fixing B9 using F4. And then I just drag this along. So difference between e-date and EO month is not much actually. Only it depends upon your usage, whether you want to come to those many months ahead on the same day, or you just want to go to the end of the month, depending on what answer you require, and you'll use it accordingly. So it's EO month, start date, and then the number of months. Just try this once before we
Tanya?
move on to the yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'm getting a number 4203.
Acha,
In EO
okay,
month.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. So you would be getting a number like had this been so yeah, if there you this is something where you change the format of your cell. So right now
Okay.
my format is custom. So if I made this general, I would also be getting a number. But since we want a date here, you can change the format to either custom or you can also change it to a long date or a short date formula. So had I changed this to short date, my format of the date changes, but it still returns a date. So basically change this format of your cell to either custom or the format of the date that you want, maybe long date or short date.
Yeah, I get. Got it, got it.
Way better when you have. Any questions in this formula? I think this one should be pretty easy because it's similar to eDate. So we'll just wait for another minute before we move on to the next formula.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question. Like you said, E-date can be used in the cases of loan liability. What is EO month used for generally?
So it depends upon the terms, and like I'm using still using the example of a loan here only. So it depends.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the terms and conditions of the loan, where you the principal payment is falling in the beginning of the month, but the interest payment is falling at the end of the month. Or it can also be used to maybe forecast your company's expenses, where maybe the rent falls at the end of the month. So just to make a forecast, instead of seeing what date your rent is falling on, like what date your rent is due on, you can just
Mm-hmm.
use the year month formula, and then you can plot the rent aside of it. Like it depends upon the terms and conditions of whatever you're analyzing. It could be a loan, it could be expenses, it could be
Mm-hmm.
anything. Like maybe
Got it, got it.
telephone expenses would fall in the beginning of the month, but rent falls at the end of the
Mm.
month. So it depends.
Okay, okay, got it. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, so moving on, I'm assuming there are no other questions. You can still stop me if you want. So I'll move on to the next formula. This is year frac. The year frac formula basically gives you like, basically if I want to see what is the difference between my end date, which is say 25th September 15, and the example that we're taking here for 1st April 14. So your frac will give you return exactly those many number of years, but in fractions. So if I want to use the year frac formula, I want the difference between these two dates, but in fractions, not in a whole number. So I'll use start date. I'll put the end date. I'll get the answer as 1.4833. Now, if you also look at the formula carefully, the syntax gives you three things: start date, end date, and the basis. Now, what the basis is tells you basically that, say I want this, there are four values that are getting here. One is that with the zero value, so I have not put in anything here. So if I leave this blank or I take this as zero, then the formula is assuming that there are 360 days in the year, and every month has 30 days. So if I take this as zero or I leave it blank, which I had when I was first showing this formula, the answer will assume that 30 days and 360 days. Now, if I put this as 1 is assuming that there are 365 days or 360 days, 6 days, depending upon the leap year. And every month has its actual days, that is 30 or 31. For actual 360, the number of days in the month stays 30 or 31, but the year is taken as 360. Similarly, actual 365 will be 30, 31 number of days and 365 days in a year. Or again, the European, where it stays same as the zero, where it is 30 days in a month and 360. So why are we getting different bases here? This actually depends upon your company's requirements. So depending upon the accounting policy or maybe the financial policy that the company has in place, where they want to assume a 360-day year or they want to assume a 365-day year. So depending upon the requirements of the company, we can use either of these bases. Right now, I'm taking it as zero. I don't have to put in zero. I can also leave this blank, and this will return the answer as the formula is assuming that there are 365 days in a year. So there are 360 days in a year, and every month has 30 days. So I'm getting the answer as 1.48 years between 25th September and 1st April 14. So let's see what happens when we drag it along. So here, every time I drag it along, it is assuming that 360 days in a year and 30 days in a month. Now, if I just want to see what the answer would have been had I just subtracted these 2 days, these two dates, I'm getting the answer here as 542 days. And I'm assuming that there are 365 days in a year. So my answer here is 1.4849, which is slightly different from the answer that I'm getting here, because in this formula, I have taken the assumption that the company has 30 days and 360 days in a year. Now, if I want the same answer using the formula only and not making this calculation, if I want to use the year frac formula and get the same answer as this one, I will change the basis where it is actual and 365. So I can change this to 3. And my answer is similar. So my answer is the same as just subtracting the two dates. So this is what the basis will give you. Let's assume 30 and 360 for now. And then you just drag it along. So where does year frac come in use? Where you want to find out, like this can be for a number of things. Again, maybe a loan, or maybe the end date of a project, or maybe the end date of the reporting period of the company. To calculate any of these things, we can use the year frac formula and we can get the answer. Like you see, the answer here is exactly 1, because the 25th September 15 and 25th September 14, exactly 1 year difference between these two dates. So using this, you can calculate the number of years, or the number of years in fractions that have passed between the end date and the start date. This can be used for a number of things. So you can just try the formula. It is year frac, end date, start date. Sorry, start date, end date, and then the basis. Just to see how the basis is working, you can also try out either of the bases that are there, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you leave it blank, it assumes 0. Otherwise, you can use either of these different bases that are there.
Hello, Tanya.
Yeah.
So, Tanya, I have a question here.
Hmm.
So when you say that the base that
Huh.
is depend upon the company's requirement. So is there
Right.
any see I have seen in some trade, see in my process, right, in my organization, in a trade confirmation we could see they will be using this the basis 360 or 365. So is that a requirement when they are doing a trading, or on what basis they are using this the count, whether it should be 360 or whether it should be 365?
Um, I am not too sure about trading because I've never really worked with a trading company before. But
Mhm.
I think it would depend. Like if the company wants a consistent answer, like every time, they can use either of these bases depending upon their requirements. Like whatever is the business of the company, or whether changing this basis really affects the company, then they
Mhm.
can use it. Like it really depends upon the requirements of the company. But as you can see, the answer is not marginally different in any of these bases. But that's also because we are using very small values here and we don't know the exact requirement and exact scenario that we would be using these dates in. So it really depends upon the scenario and the requirement that is there.
Yeah, so I understand that. So because when they are
Yeah.
using that 360 or 365, when
Huh.
doing the calculation for interest or the fee payment or coupon payment, anything, so
Huh.
this 360 or 365 will play a major role. So that's why I just
Huh.
wanted to understand that.
Huh. I won't be able to tell you that how the requirement will vary. It
Mhm.
really depends upon the situation.
Okay. Okay.
So you can just try this formula and then we can move on. Or does anyone have any questions about your frac?
No.
Hello.
Yeah.
I actually just wanted to know that what is the difference between actual upon actual and actual upon 360 or 365?
Okay, so actual here means the first before the oblique, the first actual is for the number of months, and the next actual is for number of days in a month, and the next actual is for number of days in a year. So here it will take 30 or 31 depending upon the month, and actual for year it will take 365 or days or 366 days depending upon the year. Actual 360 here would be 360 will be the number of days in the year, whereas actual will be the number of days in the month, which will be either 30 or 31 or 28 to 29 depending upon the year that we are in. Again, actual 365 number of days in the month, and 365 is the number of days in the year. So the first argument is for the number of days in the month, and the second is for the number of days in the year.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, we've done E date, EO month, and year frac. The next formula is days 360. So what days 360 does is it will calculate the number of days between a given date and the original date, assuming that there are 360 days in the year. So assuming that there are 360 days in a year, it will also assume that every month has 30 days. So if I want to use the days 360 formula, I will take the start date, I will take the end date. The formula is very similar to the year flag formula. Start date, end date, should be start date, end date, and this is again giving you the basis. So for US NASD method, it will assume that, one second. So I will just have to see what US NASD and European method, how do they differ. So if I just take this as blank, it is considering the European method here, which is true, and assuming that there are 30 days in every month. I can just drag this along and see that the number of days between 25th September 15 and 1st April 14 are 534.
Tanya, can you please pardon it?
Can you please?
Can you please repeat?
Yeah. So days 360 is similar. The formula is similar to year frac. So what days 360 does is it calculates the number of days between the start date and the end date. The number of days, assuming that there are 360 days in a year. So assuming that there are 360 days in a year also means that it's also assuming that there are 30 days in every month. So the formula is days 360, start date, end date. Third argument is the method. So I will just have to check what US NASD method assumes. But in case of the European method, it is assuming 30 days. One second. Okay, so you can see the answer here only. So for the US NASD month, it is assuming that the start date and the end date will be approximated to 30-day month. And in case of the European method, it will say that the end dates that occur on the 31st of a month will be equal to the 30th day of the month. So again, what basis you use here depends upon your company's requirement. So you can use either of them. For now, I'm just leaving it blank. So in that case, when I leave it blank, it is taking the answer as true. That is the European method, where every end date that occurs on the 31st of the month will be equal to 30 months. Basically, wherever there are 31 days in a month, the formula is just assuming that there are no 31 days, there are 30 days in every month. So I'm leaving it blank. days 360, start date, end date, and the answer is 534. There are 534 days between 1st April 14 and 25th September 15. Now I just drag this along. I get the answer, and let's just do some calculation of our own. Now if I just want to calculate what is the difference between these two dates, the answer I'm getting here is 542 days. So in that case, the formula is assuming that there are exactly the number of days that are there in every month. So where maybe say May, which is 31 days in May, is being considered as 30 days in this formula. In my formula, when I'm just doing a direct calculation, I'm getting the answer is 542. So this tells you how the formula here is different from where you do a direct calculation. Now again, where you use this formula, it depends upon the company's requirements. So the company wants to calculate the number of days between two dates, and it also wants to assume that every month has 30 days. You can use the days 360 formula. It is very similar to year frac formula, but year frac will return the number of years, whereas days 360 returns the number of years, so number of days. So the actual answer and the answer using the formula differs. So you can just try this formula once in your laptops. Days 360, very similar to your frac, only that you're using days 360, start date and end date. Does anyone have any questions? We've done 4 formulas. The formulas for E date and EO month are very similar, and the formulas for year, frac, and days 360 are very similar. Only that they are used depending upon the answer or the requirement that you have. You can use any of these 4 formulas for different purposes while building a financial model. And as we move on to the next tabs, we'll see how these formulas are getting used. So before we move on, does anyone have any questions? Okay, so just a quick revision of what we just learned. We were discussing how what is a financial model. So financial model is basically an Excel driven or a spreadsheet driven uh, working that is built by the financial analyst or the financial modeler of the company, using this Excel driven working that is basically built up on the company's past experiences or certain financial assumptions that the company has. The financial modeler builds up the working, and using this working you can use this in the future for different similar situations that you might come across. It can be used for financial forecasting, financial budgeting, financial analysis, for decision making purposes. And we also saw different ways where it can be used, maybe for capital budgeting, for working capital management, for building the company's budget, the cash flow analysis. So these are the different uses. We learned that to build a financial model, you need to be a little hands-on with Excel. You need to know certain formulas which can help you to build a financial model more efficiently, because you will be working with a lot of numbers, and for to do that number crunching, the formulas have to be in place. So we are learning some of those formulas today. We started with 4 basic formulas which can be used in different situations. 4 of these formulas are E date, EO month, year frac, and days 360. The E date formula takes you exactly those many number of months ahead on the same date as the original date or the date that you're using. The formula for this is E date, start date, and then the number of months. EO month takes you those many number of months ahead, but at the end of the month. Uh, the formula for this is EO month, date, and then the number of months. The third formula is the year frac formula, which gives you the difference between 2 dates, but in fractions and the number of years. You saw that there are different bases for this that you can use depending upon the requirements of the company. We just used the standard base, which is assuming that there are 360 days in a year and 30 days in a month. So using that, we got the answer. Days 360 is similar to year frac, only that it returns the answer in the number of days and not in the number of years. So all of these formulas can be used for different situations, maybe where you have a loan liability or you're trying to estimate the expenses of the company and what date the expenses will fall on in the future. So using these 4 formulas, you can start building the financial model. Now we'll move on and we'll come to different formulas that can be used for calculating the NPV or the net present value. So the NPV formulas can be used in capital budgeting decisions, in business valuation, and for doing cash flow analysis. Does everyone know what net present value is?
Can you
Net
please
present
explain?
value, which is okay, so I'll explain what net present value is briefly. So I'm sure everyone would be familiar with the concept of time value of money. So the concept of time value of money says that what is equivalent to 100 rupees in say 5 years is not equivalent to 100 rupees on the current date. So to actually ascertain that the value of 100 rupees today, we have to we have to calculate the net present value of that amount today. So to do that, there's a formula that is there. So if some of you have calculated net present value using the formula, we'll see how that is done manually or maybe using discounting factors or the discounting period. And then we can see how we can just put in a direct formula instead of doing that calculation for every value. So just taking an example here, on 31st March 17, which is the valuation date, I know that I will have certain cash flows in the future. Maybe I have a project and this project is giving me different cash flows. This project requires me to make a cash outflow or an investment of 150 rupees on 31st March 18. And then once I've made this investment, I'll start getting cash flows from the project. I will get a cash flow of 20 rupees on 31st March 19, 35 on 31st March 20, and so on till 66 on 31st March 25. Now the thing is that just to ascertain whether this project is beneficial or not for me, I cannot just do that on the basis of these numbers, because what is equivalent to 35 rupees on 31st March 23 is not equivalent to 35 rupees on 31st March 18. So I cannot just do this calculation like this and say that I will get 133, I'm getting a profit of 133 rupees at the end of the project. I will have to discount these numbers to the valuation date, which is 31st March 17, using a discount rate of 15%, and I will have to see what will be the net present value or the profitability of the project on 31st March 17. Now, how do I do this?
Yeah, ma'am, can you please let me know what is this 15%? Is it yearly? Can you just explain it out?
So discount rate is 15%. This is basically uh, like assuming that I'm a company which has a loan. So discount rate can be said as that I can say that if I go to the market to get a loan, I can get that loan at 15%. Now,
Interest,
depending
basically.
interest basically, yeah. So if I depend, but I'm just taking an example here. This discount rate can vary, but for this example that we're taking here, we can say that the company has a discount rate of 15%.
Okay, okay.
So using this 15%, I can calculate the present value of 150 rupees as on 31st March 17. Now, how do we do this? We first calculate the discounting period. And how is the discounting period calculated? You could have just subtracted 31st March 17 from 31st March 17, so 31st March 18 from 31st March 17. Fix this. I want this in years, so I would have done 365. I would have dragged this along. Now, instead of doing this like the way that I'm doing it, where I'm assuming that there are 365 days in a year, I'm getting the answer in round off values, and I'm not even sure whether this can be used. This is giving the answer completely accurately. So instead of doing it like this, now what we can do is we can finally use the year frac formula, where I'm assuming that there are 360 days in a year, 30 days in a month. So I'm getting the answer as rounded off every time. What I'll do is, what is the year frac formula? Now you can now see where the formulas that we learned earlier, how are they helping us build the financial model here. This is a very small example of a financial model. So year frac will be start date and end date. Basis is 0, 360 days in a year, 30 days in a month. I get the answer as 1. I drag this along. We get the answer. The discounting period is 1 year, 2 years, 3 years every time. Now to calculate the present value, you have to calculate the discounting factor. What is the discounting factor? Discounting factor is 1 divided by 1 plus the discount rate raised to power the discounting period. So this is 1 divided by. You don't have to worry too much about whether you're getting, you're understanding the formula that we're using right now, because this is a manual way of calculating net present value. When you're building a financial model, you will not calculate the net present value like this, because this is a very tedious task. And also it's here the values are very less and very few in number. When we talk about a big company, the numbers are much bigger, and also the cash flows would go on for years and years. So you can't do it like this. We actually calculate NPV using an Excel formula. So right now I'm just explaining to you how this is done manually, because using that we can compare our Excel answer and see if we are getting any difference. So coming back to discounting factor, this is 1 divided by 1 plus the discount rate raised to power the discounting factor. So my discounting factor is 0.87. I drag this along and I get this as a discounting factor. Now, how does the discounting factor help you? This tells you that had you made a cash flow of 150 rupees on 31st March 17, the value of that 150 rupees, that is 150 on 31st March 18, is actually 130.4 on 31st March 17. Moving on, we'll get this as 15.1. So present value is basically the actual cash flow multiplied by the discounting factor. And we see that an inflow of 20 rupees on 31st March 19 is actually only worth 15 rupees on 31st March 17. So using the discounting factor multiplied by the original cash flow, you get your present value of cash flows. Now, where does this get us? Where we are saying that there are inflows of, say, 283 rupees over the next 6 years, over the next 7 years, sorry. If we present value this amount, there are inflows of only rupees 135. So 286 versus 135 only because we are considering the time value of money here. The outflow, which was 150 rupees in 31st March 18, at its present value is only 130.4. So it's 283 versus 135 and 150 versus 130.4. So here where we are saying that the profitability of the project is 130 rupees, using present value, this profitability is only 4.7. And this 4.7 is the net present value of the project. So again explaining this once more, just so that it doesn't get confusing. What we are saying is that we have a project. The project will start in 31st March 18, but as on 31st March 17, the financial analyst sits down and wants to assess the profitability of the project. Why would he want to assess the profitability of the project? He would want to see whether he should even go into this project, and so that he can get a profit out of whatever amount that he's investing in the project. So on 31st March 17, he knows that he is investing an amount of 150 rupees and he's expecting these cash flows over the next 7 years. But these cash flows don't take into account the time value of money, because what is worth 66 rupees in 31st March 25 is not worth 66 rupees as on our valuation date. So then the financial analyst starts discounting these values. To discount the values, he will need a discounting factor, which is basically 1 divided by 1 plus the discount rate raised to power the discounting period. This gives you the discounting factor. Now you multiply your actual cash outflow or inflow with the discounting factor, and you get the net present value as 4.7. So we know that if we invest 150 rupees on 31st March 18, we are actually getting a profit of 4.7 rupees, and maybe the project can be accepted depending on what the company was looking for. Now, like I said, that when you are doing this for bigger numbers and bigger number of values, doing this manually there's always a margin of error that will happen here. You might end up putting in certain values incorrectly, maybe calculate the discounting factor incorrectly. So instead of doing it like this and getting the net present value of 4.7, let us instead use the NPV formula, which is a formula in Excel. The NPV formula says that the net present value is rate and the values. So what are the values? The value is 150 to 66. Value means whatever cash outflow or cash inflow you're incurring over the period of the project. So NPV, rate, values, and you get the answer as 4.7. So instead of going about like this, making the calculator and discounting factor, you can actually just get it directly using the NPV formula, which is NPV, rate, and the values. It's a pretty simple formula, and you can also see that the answer is not at all different from the answer that you were getting when you were calculating this manually. Why am I calling this manually? Is because the answer is not very formula driven. You have to make the calculation every time. Yeah, यहाँ पे you just have to just put in one formula and you get the answer in a minute. This is the NPV formula. What you can do is you can maybe copy down these values, try to calculate the NPV using the manual way, and then calculate the NPV using the formula way, and your answer should not vary. So what I'll do is I'll first you copy down these values, take these dates, and I'm just opening the formula for discounting factor because that is one confusing part here. Rest is pretty simple. So you can use calculate the discounting factor, calculate the present value, reach this NPV, and then reach the NPV from Excel. We are kind of doing maybe a capital budgeting decision here, or calculating the profitability of a project. So just try this out.
Hello. Hello. Tanya. Hello. Hello, Tanya.
Hello. Yeah,
Hello,
yeah.
Tanya. Just one question
Hi,
here.
hi.
If we are writing one date, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. If we are writing one date and if we want to increase in each and every column by 1 year, to how can we do that? Hello, hello.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry,
Am I
sorry. Something
audible?
wrong with my laptop. Yeah, tell me. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying if I want to increase in each and every column by 1 year, so how can we do that?
You're asking outside of this question that we're doing here?
No, no, basically, it's related to this only. If in
Huh.
cell number B6, cell number
Cell
B6,
number?
it is B6,
Huh. Huh.
31st so if we take this as a base date and if you want to increase by 1 year in each and every, how can we do that?
You can use the e-date formula. It has been used here. You can use the e-date formula, which will be the start date and then the number of months. And you can also use the EO month formula here because that will actually give you the same answer because you're already sitting at the end of the month. So it will just take you 12 months forward.
Okay.
Tanya, just can you please click on this discounting factor formula?
Huh.
That is
It's 1 divided by 1 plus discount rate raised to power the discounting period.
discounting period. Okay. Discounting period. Just a second. Discounting period. 3. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Tanya, how is it the NPV is 4.7? Like I have got the present values of cash flows. यहाँ तक I have got it. उसके बाद what's the next step?
So, okay, so the NPV is nothing but, so your outflow is 130.4, your
Yeah.
inflow is 135.1. So after investing 130.4, you're getting an inflow of 135.4. So this is basically the total, the net value that you get. Net present
Okay.
value is total outflow minus total inflow.
Right. Okay, got it. Thanks.
No problem. So if you guys have calculated the net present value like this, this is something that is only for your understanding. What we're actually doing here is the formula using Excel, which is NPV. So try and calculate the NPV this way. It is the discount rate and the total values, which is 150 to 66.
Hello.
Yeah.
Tanya, I'm sorry if I'm asking again. Can you please, how do we interpret this 4.6, 4.7? Like, how do we interpret this?
So net present value is basically your total outflow minus total inflow. So net present value, if you just want to put it in a very layman sort of way, it is the profit that you get from investing in a project. So if you're investing 50 in a project and you're getting these inflows, this is the profit that you are actually getting discount, which is a discounted profit, which is 4.7. So this 4.7 helps you decide whether you should be investing in the project. So if basically if you were expecting a profit of 3 crores from the project and you're getting 4.7 crores, then you will say that I can go ahead with the project because this is exceeding my profit, that's my expected profit. Now, if this was not 4.7 and this was actually only 1 crore or maybe negative, then the company wouldn't have gone ahead because profit is very less from our expected profit. So net present value is basically the profit that you get from a project. In this case, because here we have outflow and inflow, and I'm assuming that this is a project that the company is looking to go ahead with.
Okay, so basically we are taking off, considering inflows and outflows, and then taking in account what is the profit it's going to generate over the period.
Right. Over the period. Discounted.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions? I'll wait for another 2-3 minutes. Okay, so moving on. So we've seen how we can just calculate NPV using the Excel formula, which is discount rate and the values. So instead of now we'll instead of going further in this example, we just discuss another example where we'll see where this formula called XNPV is used. So this is another example that we have where the valuation date is 31st March 17. Now we saw above that the dates of the cash flows inflow and outflow was 31st March 17, 18. This was all a 1 year gap. But in this example, we have dates as 30th June, 30th September, 30th December. So after every 4 months, we have the cash inflow or outflow. Project starts at 31st March 18. After every 4 months, we get what the inflow will be from the project. Now we have to calculate the NPV. We have the discount rate as 12%. We calculate the discounting period. Now, if you see to go on 3 months ahead or a quarter ahead, we are taking E date and 3. You could have also done this as EO month because we basically need to come to the end of the month. So the answer will be the same with EO month and with E date. We have to calculate the discounting period. We have taken year frac and the difference between the start date and the end date. So this is 1.25, 1.5. And this is the discounting period that we are getting. So we're getting increased by 0.25 every time because these are quarterly discounting periods. We found the difference between the dates. Now similarly, we find the discounting factor like we did above. Is 1 plus the discount rate. 1 divided by 1 plus the discount rate raised to power the discounting period, and we calculate the net present value of cash flows. So we see that there's a net present value of 89. Now, if I had to calculate this using the NPV formula, I would have done rate and the values. So before I click on enter, I would want to tell you that the formula of NPV and the actual formula you calculated using the manual way, the answer cannot vary a lot. There might be like decimal differences, but the answer cannot be very different. So when I'm using this and calculating NPV like this, I'm getting the answer as 20.58. I was obviously gone very wrong with how I'm calculating this. There's one thing I did not consider is that these are quarterly cash flows. So since the cash flows are happening every quarter, the discounted, which is annual, needs to be considered as a quarterly discount rate. So I divide this by 4 and then see what my answer is. So my answer is 95. This is still not correct because NPV using the manual way is 88.6, but it cannot be different by 7 rupees or 7 crores, whatever the denomination is. The answer cannot be so different. So why is this happening? So what NPV does is NPV takes your values and it returns the answer, but it does not consider the fact that the difference between the dates, like it assumes the difference between the dates is every time a period of 1 year, which it did above. Like every time there's a difference of 1 year, so NPV just assumed that anyway, and since the answer was like that, even in the manual way, there was no difference. But here, what is happening is there's a difference of only 4 months, only 3 months between every period. So NPV formula does not take that into account, which is where we can use the XNPV formula because the XNPV formula takes the difference between the dates into account and then calculates the NPV. So how does the XNPV formula work? This is rate, again values, and dates. Now, as you can see, the XNPV formula is not only taking the cash flows into account, but it is also taking the dates into account. So where the dates are not annual, like the difference is bit less than 1 year or it is more than 1 year, we can use the XNPV formulas. XNPV formula, and I get my answer as 88.59, which is not very different. Like there's only a difference of 0.01 from the formula answer that we are getting by doing this manually. So XNPV formula is used for irregular cash flows and not yearly cash flows. Now, you guys might have a question here that when I'm calculating the answer using NPV, I am taking into let me do this again. When I do this for NPV, first, sorry. So first is the rate divided by 4. Second is values. So when I have to take the values here, I start from the values at 31st March 18. From 31st March 18. But when I'm doing this for XNPV, at least the first part of the formula is same up till the values. I take the rate. Now another thing, I am not dividing the rate by 4 here. I don't need to do that because XNPV automatically considers this rate depending upon the irregularity of the cash flows, where if this is for every 3 months, this discount rate will be used automatically in the same way, which is why this is again a better formula for calculating the NPV. So I take the rate. Now when I'm taking the values, I'm not taking it from 150 to 66, but I'm actually taking it from the value at 31st March 17 till the end of the period, till the end of the cash flows period. And I'm taking the dates from 31st March 17. Now, why did I do this? I did this because for XNPV, you have to also take the valuation date into account. Since the valuation date is 31st March 17, I have to start from here and not from here. And I get the answer as 88.59. Now, had I used XNPV in the example that we did above, my answer would have been the same as the answer for NPV using the NPV formula, because the cash flows are regular, like they are annual cash flows. So now I need the values. So I'll not start from here. I will start from here because XNPV takes the valuation date into account, which is 31st March 17. Then I take the dates and I get the answer as 4.63. It is only different by 0.06. So my advice would be that instead of using the XNPV formula, instead of using the NPV formula, just use the XNPV formula, because XNPV formula, like there are very less number of dates here, so you will not miss the irregularity of the dates. But if the dates had been there had been line items of dates running here, then it would have been difficult to decide whether you should use NPV or XNPV. So by default, you should always use XNPV because it takes into account the irregularity of cash flows. So XNPV is nothing but, it's the same formula as NPV, but this is also takes into account the dates. Does anyone have any questions? From this question only, you can see why
Okay, then
XNPV.
just to,
Yeah.
So in XNPV, we take the dates from the beginning, even if the investment is being done from the next year onwards.
Right, because XNPV requires you to take the valuation date into account, and in here the valuation date is 31st March 17.
Okay.
So you will be able to see that XNPV is more useful because NPV is it's going completely, it's very different from the answer that we would have got had we done this manually. But XNPV is returning the correct answer. So by default, always use XNPV. You can just try this out. Instead of doing the entire calculation for discounted period and everything, you can just take the cash flows, take the discount rate, and try to get the answer from NPV and also from XNPV and see how different they are. Does anyone have any questions on this? Does anyone have any questions on this? We just learned the XNPV formula and learned how it's better than the NPV formula. The XNPV formula takes into account the valuation date and takes into account the cash flow dates, whereas the NPV formula does not do that. So NPV formula is useful when there are only annual cash flows, but XNPV formula takes into account the irregularity of cash flows, which basically means that where the cash flows are not annual. So by default, just to get the correct answer and not go and check every date to see if the date is annual, then you can use just by default use the XNPV formula. We have another example here where we have the dates completely different. Like it was there was a difference of 3 months in the above example here, but here the dates are completely different. It's 15th October, 19th Jan. So these are completely irregular. So I cannot even check the answer here using the NPV formula because we kind of reached not very close, but somewhere there by dividing this by 4 because they were quarterly cash flows. Here I cannot change the discounted because the dates are completely different, like they're completely irregular. We calculate the NPV. I won't go into every this formula here because it's similar to the above example. But we calculate the NPV here using multiplying it by the discounting factor. And for the XNPV formula, here you can see, just to compare if the answer is right or not, our valuation date is 30th June 17. Now, like I said, the XNPV formula takes the valuation date into account. So since the first cash flow is happening only on 30th June 17, I won't go backwards. I'll just take it from 30th June 17. So I'll take the discount rate. I'll take the values. First value being the value as on valuation date and the dates. This gives me the NPV as 55.3 or 55.2, which is there's a very small difference from the NPV using the manual formula. So we've learned, if you want to try this out, you can, but anyway, after the class, I would be sharing the sheet with you. So you can try every example yourself. Now, we've learned NPV and XNPV. How are they different from each other? Only when the cash flows are irregular. But when there are annual cash flows, the answer will more or less be the same. Can we have a small lunch break? We can have a small lunch break and then start with the next formula. So when do you guys want to start again? Like it's 1:55 right now. When can we start the class again? Approximately how much time? Can we start again around 2:20 if that's okay? Is 2:20 okay? So 1:55 we are breaking for lunch and then we'll start the class again at 2:20. Hello? Okay, well, let's start at 220 then. Hi, can we start?
Yeah.
Okay. So before we took a break, we were discussing NPV and ex-NPV. So we've learned 6 formulas till now. EO date, E month, sorry, EE date, EO month, year. One second, I'll just go to the screen. We've learned 6 formulas till now. There's E date, EO month, year frac, days 360. Then we also learned the NPV and the ex-NPV formula. We saw how E date, EO month, year frac, and days 360 are helping us there. We primarily used E date and year frac. We learned how to calculate NPV and ex-NPV, and we also realized that using ex-NPV is better because ex-NPV takes into account the irregularity of cash flows. The formula for ex-NPV is taken from the valuation date, so it's ex-NPV discount rate, the values of the date, and the values of the cash flows. Now we'll move on to the next formulas that are there. But before that, does anyone have any questions? Okay, so we'll move on to IRR. Does everyone know what IRR is? IRR is basically called the internal rate of. Okay, I'll just assume that everyone doesn't know what IRR is. I'll explain it to you briefly, and then we'll learn how to calculate IRR. Learn how to calculate IRR using the IRR formula. So IRR is basically the internal rate of return. IRR is the rate at which the NPV is 0. That is, the cash outflow is equal to the cash inflow. It is the rate at which the company is at a no profit situation, because the NPV is 0, which means that we are neither earning a profit or a loss. And if we change the IRR, we increase or decrease the IRR, the NPV will increase or decrease, and we might enter into a profit situation or we might go into a loss situation. So it is a no profit situation. Now, how do we calculate the IRR? If we are not doing this in Excel and if we are doing this on paper, then IRR is basically a discount rate that you take arbitrarily. You just guess a discount rate. Maybe you start with a discount rate of 10%. You start bringing it up and you see how that affects your NPV. So you calculate your NPV at every discount rate, and depending upon that discount rate, we decide what the IRR would be. But since we are not doing this on paper and we have Excel with us, we can calculate the internal rate of return using the IRR formula. Now, IRR formula says that you have to put in the values. The values we have here are 150 to 66. This gives us the IRR at 16%. Now, what is the use of this? Let me just show you by using 16% as the discount rate now to calculate the NPV. I'm calculating the NPV using this rate for these cash flows. These are the cash flows like this. They are the same as you were seeing in the previous formula. So 16% for these cash flows gives us the NPV as 0. So at 16% IRR, we see that the NPV is 0. Now, just to check something, if I want to compare this with our previous example, we see that the discount rate that was used here was 15% and the NPV was 4.7. For the same cash flows, when we are increasing the discount rate, the NPV is going down to 0. So basically what happens is that as you keep increasing your discount rate, your net present value keeps decreasing. So it went down to 0 from 4.7 at when the discount rate increased from 15% to 16%. Now, when the financial analyst is analyzing this project, he will know that every time the discount rate keeps going up, his NPV will keep reducing. Now, just to explain this further, if I change this discount rate to 17% and I calculate the NPV now, I take this rate, I take these values, these values, which gives me the NPV as 4.19. So every time you're increasing the discount rate, the NPV is reducing. Now say I take this at 12%, my NPV will be at this rate, at these cash flows, sorry, these cash flows, my NPV is 20.58. So increasing the IRR gives you your reduces your NPV, and decreasing the IRR increases your NPV. So basically using the internal rate of return, that is 16%, this is a position where the company will be at a no profit, no loss situation. So using this discount rate, the financial analyst can decide whether the discount rate should be increased or decreased to get the NPV that the company desires. So just explaining this again, internal rate of return or the IRR is a situation where the company is at a no profit, no loss situation. It is a break even situation where the profit that you get from a project is zero. So if you do this on paper, you can calculate IRR taking discount rates at random, and you can see how it is affecting your NPV, and just decide what the IRR would be. But since we are using Excel, IRR formula is values. You just take the values, press enter, and this gives you discount rate as 60. So this is similar to what we were learning for NPV, except that in NPV formula we were calculating NPV. For IRR formula, you're calculating the discount rate or the rate that you should be using to get NPV as zero. You can also check the NPV from here. This will be rate and values. NPV 0. Just try this out once. It shouldn't take long.
Actually, I just want to know like how you get XIRR.
XRR, IRR, I'll just explain. I'll explain that in the next example. Because the answer that you get using IRR and XRR, IRR will be the same in this case. Because the logic remains the same that the cash flows are
Acha,
annual.
okay. Got it.
So,
Okay, thank you.
no problem. Okay, does anyone have any doubts? We can then move on to XIRR, IRR. So the logic of XIRR is that it's the same as XNPV. So what happens is that since the dates are annual here, it doesn't matter whether we use the IRR formula or the XIRR formula. The XIRR formula, what it does is that, like in the next example, if you see, the dates are, there are quarterly cash flows. Every 3 months there's a cash flow. So in this case, we can use the XIRR formula and see how it is different from the IRR formula. So XIRR is values. Now if you see, I'm again now going up to 31st March 17, since the logic is the same, that you take the valuation date into account and I take the dates. This gives me, 1 second. Sorry, I was doing it ultra. So values. Okay. Okay, so let me just confirm why we are not taking it from 31st March 17 here and from 31st March 18 here. I'll just address this. Let's address this doubt in some time. Okay, so this is going against the logic that we learned for XNPV, where we said that the valuation date has to be taken into account. I'll confirm why this is happening for XIRR. Just I'll look this up in the next break, and I'll let you know why this is the case. But for XIRR, you will take the cash flows and the dates from the first cash flow date. Now, why are we using XIRR here? It's the same logic that the cash flows are irregular here. There are quarterly cash flows, which is why you are using XIRR formula. Had I calculated this using IRR, the answer would have been
So Tanya,
16%.
we will not include the valuation date here.
No, so why I'm just saying that, let me just explain this to you why this is happening. I'll have to do some research on this. So I'll explain this in the next break. But for XIRR, you take it from the date that is where the first cash flow is happening and not the valuation date.
Okay.
So the XIRR we are getting as 81.2% and the IRR we are getting as 16%. Now let me see which one is correct. So the answer which gives the NPV as 0 will be the correct answer. Now, because the cash flows are irregular, I'm not using XNPV. So I'm not using NPV, I'm actually using XNPV. So this will be rate, values, date. Okay. Okay, so I'm getting the NPV as 0. So 81 is correct. If I use the same thing for 16%, I take the rate as 16%, values, and dates. This gives me the NPV as 77. So obviously, this answer is correct, and XIRR is returning the correct answer. So this answer is incorrect, and XIRR is returning the correct answer because we are getting the NPV as 0. Formula for XIRR is similar to the formula that we use for XNPV. It is XIRR, cash flows, and valuation date. Sorry, cash flows and the cash flow dates. One thing that I need to answer is that why are we not going from valuation date here, and why from the date of the first cash flow? I'll answer this in some time.
Tanya.
Yeah.
Okay, then we need to check the formula for IRR also.
No. So IRR, in any case, I'm taking it from the first date, right? I'm taking from the first cash flow date.
But then it should not be 16, right?
16 as in? No, it is 16, right? I'm taking it from the cash flow date, no?
Just check the cell number B49.
B49.
Yes.
Okay.
This 16%.
Yeah.
Okay. If we are using the 16%, the NPV is not coming 0, right?
Yeah, it won't come 0 because it's incorrect.
So what is the correct one then for IRR? Not the XIRR. I'm talking about the IRR.
So see, IRR, this wouldn't have mattered had the cash flows been annual, which is the case here. Like if you use whether you use the XIRR formula or whether you use the IRR formula, the NPV that you get here is
for the definite period, I'm okay. Both the figures will be same. Okay.
Okay.
But if you are like calculating quarterly, or you have like 2 months, 3 months of a cash flow coming into,
yeah,
it's yielding a wrong IRR. Is it so?
So see, so basically because I'm explaining the answer to you, I have calculated both IRR and XIRR, but it is since the cash flows are irregular, the answer will always be correct when you use the XIRR formula and not the IRR formula. To confirm this, I calculated the NPV here using XNPV. The NPV that I got for XIRR was 0, which is correct because at IRR percentage, the NPV is always 0. The NPV that I got for IRR formula is 77, which is completely incorrect because NPV has to be returned at 0 at XIRR. So the correct answer here you'll get from XIRR and not from IRR. IRR I just calculated just to confirm that the answer is incorrect.
Yeah, that is okay. But one thing that is there can be a minor percentage-wise, a slight percentage-wise variance, but it is reflecting like it is showing 5 times more of the IRR.
Okay, yeah, it is 5 times more. So see, like if I just go back to NPV here, and if I see the same thing for quarterly, our answer was not very different because I was able to divide the discount rate here by 4. But in the IRR formula, since we only have the cash flow values, I cannot pro rata this just to correct the correct answer. I can only go by the IRR formula, which just tells me to take the dates. I cannot tweak this formula in any way to get it closer to XIRR, which I could do for NPV and XNPV.
So there is basically no point for irregular periods. There is no point using IRR formula. That can
yes,
be
you should not. You should not. The XIRR is something that you should use, irrespective whether the cash flows are regular or irregular, because that will always return the correct answer.
Okay, fine.
Damini, can you click on I-48? When you are not using valuation date in XIRR, but you are using valuation date in NPV, XNPV.
Right, right. So this is something that I need to confirm. So this is how it is supposed to be calculated. Why we are not using valuation date in XIRR is something that I'll get back to you after the next break that we take. But the formula is this only. You take the valuation date into account in XNPV and you don't in XIRR. Or does anyone have any doubts? Similar to this formula where there are quarterly cash flows, we have irregular cash flows here, where the cash flows are occurring at very irregular intervals, shifting October 19 Jan. So again, in this case, you should use IRR, sorry, XIRR. How will we calculate XIRR here? We'll take values and dates. To confirm if this is correct or not, I'm just going to calculate the XNPV. I'll take this rate, I'll take these values, and I will take this date. This gives me XNPV as 0, which means that the XIRR that we've calculated here is correct. Had we calculated this using IRR, our answer would have been different. Let's just confirm this once. I'm taking the rate here as 16%, and I'm getting the NPV as 61.6, which is completely incorrect. It should be 0. So when I share this sheet with you, you can try out this example.
Tanya, when we calculated NPV using IRR, won't we divide the rate by 4 because we are taking this quarterly?
You're talking about the NPV here?
No, the one that we just calculated in the
Okay.
in the quarterly cash flows.
Okay, you're right. I'll do that. I'll take this as I'll divide this by 4, but that really doesn't make a difference because as one of you pointed out, like before you, I was talking to someone, I don't know his name. He pointed out that these rates are very different from each other because when we were doing XNPV, we could divide, when you're doing NPV, we could divide that by 4 and take into account the quarterly cash flows. But yahan pe the formula is pretty straightforward. I cannot maybe change this into quarterly cash flows to suit my calculation. So I've divided this by 4. That is something that I missed out, but that doesn't matter.
Again, won't this be NPV and not XNPV because we are using IRR?
That's ऐसा नहीं होता that you have to
matter exactly.
No, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Okay.
And I also because I know that I have irregular or quarterly cash flows here. I anyway definitely won't get the correct answer using the NPV formula. I'll have to use XNPV.
Yeah.
And again, since I'm using XNPV here, I should not be dividing this by 4 because XNPV you should not.
I used NPV, that's why I was asking, because when I used IRR in my example, I used while I was calculating NPV, I divided my IRR by 4.
If you're doing it for NPV, then you should divide by 4, not for XNPV.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, so we've done E date, EO month, year frac, days 360. Then we did NPV and XNPV. Then we did IRR and XIRR. So these are the 8 formulas that we've learned till now. NPV and XNPV are similar to each other, and so are IRR and XIRR. But the usage varies depending upon the cash flows. Now the next thing that we would be learning is how to make a data table. Before we move forward, does anyone have any doubts? So we will be making a data table for this example. Before I move on to what is a data table and what is the use of it, let me just explain this, the base or the background to you for that. So here we have a company which has these cash flows, and we can see that the valuation date of the company is 31st March 17. This is like, I'm just assuming that this is a project that the company is planning to enter into. If it makes an outflow of 150 rupees on 31st March 18, these are the inflows that will happen over the years. Up till 31st March 2025, the company will have a cash inflow of 66, and after that, there's something called the terminal value. The company will have a terminal value of 69.3. Now, what is the terminal value? This is basically, as you can see, the cash flows are growing. They're irregular. They're not growing at a steady rate, but they are growing over the years. But at some point, the project reaches its stagnation point, where the company, based on certain assumption and calculation, thinks that the project will only earn a value of, like, the growth in the cash flows will only be 69.3 for the years to come. So at this terminal value, we feel that there will be no growth in the profits of the company, in the inflows of the company, and it will keep earning 69.3 for the remaining life of the project. Now, what we have to do is we have to calculate whether this project is profitable for us or not based on these numbers that we have: the outflow, the inflows, and the terminal value of the project. Now, I will do the same thing. I will calculate the discounting period using IFRAC. So I got the discounting period here, and then I calculate the discounting factor. The discount rate is 15%. So I calculate the discounting factor, which is 1 divided by 1 plus discount rate, raised to power the discounting period, and I got the discounting factors here. Now I start calculating the present value of the cash flows. So similar to what we learned before, I got the present value of cash flows here. Nothing new in this that we're learning. But the new part here is that we now know that the project has a terminal value of 69.3. For the remaining life of the project, the company will have a cash inflow of 69.3. So I need to calculate the total terminal value. That is, what are the inflows that are going to happen over the remaining life of the project. The total terminal value is the terminal value for the first year divided by discount rate minus growth rate. This is a formula which is there. So this is basically terminal value divided by discount rate minus growth rate. Tells you that 693 is the terminal value of the project total that the project will earn over the remaining life of the project. So now I start discounting it. For the terminal value, the discounting factor remains the same as the year in which the terminal value has been calculated. So the entire terminal value gets multiplied by the discounting factor, which is for 31st March 2025. So this is 0.33, and the NPV will be cash outflow plus total cash inflows, which includes the terminal value of the project. If I have to calculate this using the NPV formula, I can use the NPV formula since there are regular cash flows. Or let me just use the XNPV formula since we should use that by default anyway. So we have the rate here. We have the, one second. We have the rate here, values, and the dates. Now, why am I not considering the terminal value? Because the terminal value, like I said, gets discounted to the discounting factor 31st March 2025. We also don't have the date here, so this formula won't help us. So I'm only discounting the value of the project before the terminal value, the XNPV before the terminal value. This will give me 4.64. Now to get the total NPV of the project, I multiply the terminal value with 0.33 and I get the total NPV as 231.2.
Could you please explain the XNPV that you calculated again? That why didn't we take terminal value into consideration?
Like I said, the project is expected to earn this value over the remaining life of the project. So we don't have a date for the terminal value. This is just a number that we have that the project will earn continuously for the remaining number of years. The terminal value is calculated as this number that is expected divided by discount rate minus growth rate. Now, to discount this to the current date, you use the discounting factor for the last date that we have, which is 0.33. You discount 693 at 0.33, which gives you the present value of cash flow as 227. Now, when I'm using the Excel formula, I need the dates and I need the number. We have the number here, but we don't have the dates. Also, we know that the terminal value is discounted at the discounting factor for the last discounting factor that we calculated, which is 0.33. So I calculated the XNPV up till 31st March 2025. For the terminal value, I just multiplied this with the discounting factor for the previous date, and this gave me the NPV as 231.2.
Okay, so didn't we say that terminal value was calculated at the same time when the last cash flow was discounted, because we assumed that after this we won't be getting any growth in the cash flows? So can't the
Right.
terminal value date be same as 31st March 25?
So I can make it 31st March 25, but if you see the terminology of NPV and XNPV, okay, 1 second. Okay, so see, I can't do that for XNPV because XNPV again takes the difference between the dates. If I put 31st March 2025 here, there will be no difference between the two dates. So I'm not sure if the answer will be correct. And for NPV, I haven't tried it like that. Let me just try it out. 1 second. Okay. 1 second. I don't know what the answer would be. I'm just trying it out because you asked me.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't think we can do it like that. Like, I don't know how. I definitely know that this cannot be used for XNPV, but for NPV also, this would be it would be getting discounted at a discounting period of 9 and not 8. So this was actually going at 9, and then 1 second. No, I don't think we can use it for NPV also because it is automatically assuming that the discounting period is the next one. So we won't be able to do it like that. So just to like reach the value that is coming here using the formula, I have multiplied the terminal value with 0.33, and this gives you the net present value of 231.2. Now, this is not the objective of this question. Like the objective is data table. So we'll move on to what is a data table and what is the connection with this thing that we've calculated here. Now, if you see, there are two data points that we have here. One is the growth rate, which is 5%. You use this growth rate to calculate the terminal value that needs to be discounted. Second is the discount rate, which is 15%. If I change the growth rate or change the discount rate by even 1% or even maybe by a small decimal, the answer will completely change. Like say if I increase the growth rate to 6%, this NPV is going to increase. You see, it's become 258.8. Now, if I decrease the growth rate by 1% and make it 4, the NPV is going to go down. It's become 208.7. Similarly, if I change the discount rate, I increase it to 16%, the NPV is going to decrease because there's an inverse relationship between the NPV and the discount rate, like I showed you for IRR formula. So when I'm increasing the discount rate from 15% to 16%, I already know this NPV is going to come down to 192.3. Now, if I decrease it, the NPV is going to increase again because of the inverse relationship. So it is increasing to 279.6. So what is happening is that every time you increase the growth rate, the NPV goes up. Every time you decrease the growth rate, the NPV goes down. Every time you increase the discount rate, the NPV goes down. And every time you decrease it, the NPV goes up. So using these two data points, I can completely change my NPV, which means that the NPV is sensitive to these two data points, which is basically the growth rate and the discount rate. Now, what is the point of this? The point of this is that when the company is in a situation where using this base that the company has, the company can decide that for a certain growth rate, for a certain change in growth rate or for a certain change in discount rate, the company can already decide its sensitivity and how these two data points are affecting its NPV and whether it can go ahead with a different kind of project or not, having similar cash flows for these two data points. But like I was just randomly changing the numbers here and here to show you how the NPV was changing. But I can't, like if I want different scenarios where I just don't want it to go from 5 to 6 or 5 to 4, I want a range of values. Like I want to keep increasing and keep decreasing. And also for the discounted and show you how the NPV is changing. That is where the data table comes into play. So what is a data table? Sorry. What is a data table? Data table is basically a what if analysis. So a what if analysis means that what will happen to this NPV if this NPV means 231.2. So I put the NPV here. What will happen to this NPV when I change my growth rate from the base, which is 5, to 6 or 7, or I bring it down to 4 or 3. I already know that in this scenario, in this part of the cell, my NPV is going to decrease, and in this part of the cell, my NPV is going to increase. Similarly, while decreasing the growth rate to 3%, I also decrease my discount rate to 13%. So if I change both these data points, what will happen to this NPV? So you see, this is the base that we have. We are decreasing it and we are increasing it, and we want the answers to come here. This is basically a data table. So here we are basically doing a sensitivity analysis of the NPV to these two data points that we have, growth rate and discount rate. I can obviously calculate this here. Like it won't be very difficult for us to do it. But if we want a lot of situations to come in, then it's better that we just have a automated way in which we can calculate this. Now, how do you do that? You put the NPV here. In the row part, I'm putting the growth rates, and in the column part, I'm putting the discount rates. I could have also done this vice versa. I'm just doing it for this example like this. So what you do is you select your entire table starting from the NPV till here and till here. Then you go to data in the tools and you go to what if analysis. What if analysis has three parts. we want a data table. So now what is the data table asking you? What is the row input cell? This is basically the base value that was used to calculate 231.2. That is the base NPV. So the row is growth. So the row input cell is 5%. I'm fixed. It's already fixed. We don't need to fix it. The column input cell is the discount rate. That is the base discount rate that was used to calculate the base NPV. So this is the discount rate. I click on OK and I get the NPV here. So we are saying that at a 3% growth rate and a 13% discount rate, my NPV will increase to 270.6. At a 13% discount rate and at a 7% growth rate, my NPV is 457.7. So basically, this is the best situation that the project can be in at 7%, because here the discount rate is at its minimum and the growth rate is at its maximum, which is why if you see in this entire table, the highest value is coming at this point, where this is minimum and this is maximum. The worst situation that the project can be in is where the discount rate is at its highest, which is 17%, and the growth rate is at its lowest, which is 3%. So here, if you see, this is the minimum value and NPV that we are getting, which is 134.1, which is the worst situation that the project can be in. So this is giving you a range of values for analyzing the project. And based on this, the financial analyst can decide what growth rate or what discount rate suits the appetite of the company. So I'll just explain how I did this again so you can try this out in your laptops. What you do is you select the entire table, you put the NPV here, select the entire table, go to what if analysis, go to data table, row input cell is growth rate. This is the row. So we need the base growth rate, which is 5%. Column input cell is discount rate, which is the column. So this is the base discount rate. I click on OK and the values automatically come here. I could have obviously done this using the NPV formula also, but that would have been a very tedious task and I would have definitely gone wrong somewhere because it's difficult to calculate so many values. So you can just try this out. This is called a two-way data table. Why is it called a two-way data table? Because there are two data points that we are using to calculate, to make the data table, which is the growth rate and the discount rate. You select it right from here until here and then go here. One second. I'll select it right from here till here, data table, and so you might want to copy it from above. I'll obviously be sharing this file after the class, so it'll be easier for you to understand once you have this file in hand.
Tanya, can you please click on the formula for that? What if one?
Okay, the formula I have selected here only. You select it from NPV, the entire table you select, and here you put the row input cell, and here you put the column input cell.
I'm doing that only,
This
but
is the
I'm
formula
getting
like this.
Actually, I've done that. So the values, it is coming 231 in all the columns, surprisingly.
Okay, so this is something that has happened like even in the previous session that I've taken. This has happened with someone else also. It might be an Excel issue because some people in the class get this while some people in the class get the right answer. So
How to?
when I send this, huh?
Do you know how to solve it out? Like
No,
if it is
no,
an
I actually don't. But when I send this sheet to you, you can just check this out. Like you can check the data table from here, and you can see if you're getting the correct answer here or not. Like I don't know how to solve this issue because I've seen this happening with other people also.
Yes, it's formula should not be a problem. It's very easy one. Phew. Anyway.
Anya, in my case, every column is coming out with 0.
Okay. I actually I don't know how to help you out because I don't have your laptop in front of me. But why I'm saying that when I share this sheet, you can see where exactly you're going wrong. But this is how it's supposed to be done.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you please explain this two-way data table once more? This
I will once.
third part.
Okay. So why do we need to prepare the data table? We need to check the sensitivity of the net present value. We need to check the sensitivity of the net present value to the change in discount rate and the change in growth rate. So how do we make it? We select it. Like I have linked this with our calculation already here. These are the different growth rates that I'm using to check the sensitivity. These are the discount rates. I will select it from here till the end. I go to the data tab in the toolbar. I go to what if analysis, go to data table. Now it's asking me to put the row input cell. Then it's asking me which is the growth rate. Then it's asking me to put the column input cell, which is the discount rate. I click on enter and I get the values here. like I was saying that this helps us to analyze the how the NPV is changing depending upon the growth rate or the discount rate. The answer should be at its best possible situation where the growth rate is the highest and the discount rate is the lowest, which is here where the NPV is coming as 457.7, and the answer should be at its worst where the growth rate is at its lowest and the discount rate is at its highest, which is 134.1. This is the extreme situations at which the NPV could change. That is, it could go up or it could go down. I'll also explain what is a one-way data table. There's really not much difference between in the concept here. So what happens is that when I just want to check the sensitivity of NPV to the change in growth rate, I can use a one-way data table where I will just be taking into account one variable. I'm also going to check the sensitivity of the terminal value to the growth rate, because as you know, the terminal value was calculated using the growth rate. So we need to see how the terminal values will change if the growth rate goes up or goes down. So how do I do this? I select this what if analysis data table. There is no column input cell, there is only row. So I just need to put row as a variable here, click on enter. So you see, as the growth rate is increasing, the terminal value and the NPV are increasing, and vice versa, where the growth rate is decreasing. Another one-way data table is where we only take the discount rate and we don't take the growth rate. Again, we are going to be calculating this for both NPV and terminal value, since both are dependent on the discount rate. So what we do here is we select the entire table, go to what if analysis data table. There is no row here, only column. So the column base value is 15%. Okay. Sorry, one second. So we did this for discount rate. As you can see, as the discount rate is going down, NPV terminal value both are increasing. As it's going up to 117%, both are falling, since there is a inverse relationship between the two. So these are basically two-way and one-way, like the example is getting repeated again. These are basically two-way and one-way data tables. You can also try, like, whoever got the answer right in Excel, because I think 2-3 of you are not getting it right. So whoever got it right, and even for the ones who are not getting it right, can try the one-way data table also. I did nothing. I just did the same thing that I did for a two-way data table. I selected the entire table. I clicked on what if analysis data table. No column here, only row. So you just select the growth rate and you click on enter. Same way where the data point is a discount rate and not the growth rate. Does anyone have any questions? Then we can move on to the next formula. We've learned how to prepare a data table here. Whoever is not being able to do it in their Excel version, maybe you can try it out once I send the sheet. Any questions? Okay, we'll wait for another minute or two and then we'll move on to the next thing that we have. This side we're doing for growth rate. Let me also show you how I did it for discount rate. Instead of just taking the discount value, the row value, just take the column value. There is no row here, only column. So take only the growth rate and you press enter. Okay, so we are moving on to flags. A flag in Excel. So basically, what exactly is a flag? What exactly is a flag? What happens is that you might come into a situation where you want a certain cell to get flagged or a certain cell to stand out, where maybe say in this example the number is 14. I want, instead of like going and checking every value, I want the cell to stand out based on some formatting that I put in the cell for every time that a number exceeds the number 14. So we have 5, 17, 11, 9 and 15 and 12 here. Now I know that 17 and 15 are greater than 14. But if I just want to flag this cell, what I'll do is first I'll put in a normal formula here. And first I'll put in a normal formula here. The first formula is where we say that if B10, which is the values that we are checking, is greater than A11, which is the base value, then we want the number to come out as 1, else the number should be 0. So every time this number is 1 means that there should be a right, that is this number is exceeding 14, and every time this number is 0, the flag should be a cross so that we can automatically see where the number checks out. So the answer has already been calculated for this value. Let us just do it afresh for ourselves. We have to calculate, we have to put flags for wherever the number exceeds 15. Okay, so we have 15 as the base. I want this to come out as 1 wherever this exceeds 15, else it should be 0. The only time the number here is exceeding 15 is for 17, where it's comes at 1. Now I want flags to be placed here. How do I do this? You go to select this entire thing, go to conditional formatting. This is in the home tab only. So if you go to the home tab, there's this thing called conditional formatting. You go to manage rules. You click on new rule. Now I want the format style to be icon sets. I should do this again in case it's confusing. I want the format style to be icon sets. I want the icon style to be this. Now every time the value is more than 1, basically more than 1 or equal to 1, I want the tick to come up. Why 1? Because at 1 we are getting the answer that we want, that is 17. Every time the value is less than 1, I want this to show up. And every time the value is less than 0, one second, less than or equal to 0, then cross should show up. I click on OK. I click on apply. Okay. Custom. One second.
I guess when type as well, it was percentage, and I guess that's why it's giving
Yeah, so
cross in front of 1.
so no, now it's right? No, we are getting a tick in front of 1. Is basically our answer. So I'll explain this again.
Okay.
How did I do this? I go to conditional formatting. I go to manage rules. यहाँ पे you select format all cells based on these values. You can use other criteria as well, but right now we are focusing on the first one. Format all cells based on these values. Format style may I selected icon sets. Icon style may I selected. You can choose any one that you want. I have just selected this one. Then I want to tick every time it is exceeds or equal to 1. So in our case, every time it's equal to 1, because when it's 1, it means that the answer is exceeding 15. This exclamation should come every time it's less than 1. That is, one second. Time it's less than 1, so this exclamation should come, and it should be a cross every time it's less than or equal to 0, because at this point our answer is less than 15. I click on apply. I do OK. Now to get the checks here, I just have to do an equal to, click here, and then I drag it along and check for every cell. So I'm getting a tick where it's equal to 1, which was our command, and everywhere else it's a cross. Let's try this again for something else. So my question right now would be like, if I'm changing the example, sorry, my Excel is a little slow today. I want a flag or a cumulative count for any number that is not greater than but less than 15 at any point. So now I change my if command. I don't want this to be greater than this. I want this to be lesser than this. So 1 will show up every time it's lesser than 15, and otherwise it will be 0. So I just drag it along. So the only number that is less than 15 is here is 5. Now when I put a flag here, I should get a tick here and a cross for every time it exceeds 15. 1 second.
No, I think there is an issue.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
There is an issue, right? I need to fix 824.
Yes.
Okay, so every time I should get a tick in these cells, and otherwise it should be a cross. So I do inspect here. Go to conditional formatting, go to manage rules, edit rule. So like this has already been said because I just copied the table from above. But otherwise, like if you see, I want these formats of cells to be formatted on the basis of values. Format style I've chosen as icon sets. You can choose anything else that you want. Icon style I've taken as cross, exclamation mark, and tick. Every time the value exceeds 1 or is equal to 1, I want a green tick to appear. Every time it's less than 1, I want an exclamation mark to appear, and otherwise there should be a cross whenever it's less than equal to 1. 1 second. I drag this along and check it for every value. Tick wherever it's less than 15, and otherwise it's a cross. You can just try this out. It'll be like you'll understand this more once you've tried this in your laptop. Put the values here, put the if formula, get 1 wherever you need to check it, and then I'll open the conditional formatting tab. You go to conditional formatting, go to manage rules. You will get show formatting rules for current selection. And then you go to edit rule and get the thing from here.
Can you please click on the cell just above it?
Okay, so you want to check the if formula?
Yes, I would like to check the fifth formula first.
1 second. If you've seen the formula here, I'll open the conditional formatting formula again.
Tanya,
Yeah.
okay, it is coming on the same cell where 1 is written. How are you making it come just one cell below it?
So I'll show you what I did. So if I'm not wrong, you would have selected this. What I'm doing is I'm selecting this cell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm changing the role from here. Like you see, it's applying to B90 to G22.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm changing the rule from here. Once I've changed the rules, what I do is I just enter, like I do an equal to the above cell, and I get the answer here.
Okay.
Just one second. Can one of you share your email ID because actually it's almost 4. So in the interest of time, I'll have to change, like end the class in about 5 to 10 minutes. So meanwhile, I can also mail this sheet to one of you, like anyone who can send it to everyone else.
Tanya, if you're okay, you can send it to Karan, so Karan can send it back to us.
अच्छा Karan Verma, ठीक है, I'll
Yeah,
send it to
yeah,
him.
yeah. That will be the helpful because he can send it to each and every.
Okay, so one more thing, the follow-up for this class will happen on 19th December. So in that class, we would be doing an example of financial modeling. It's called the WPL case. I will be sharing 2 sheets with Karan. One will be the WPL case sheet, and the other one will be this sheet that we discussed today. So this sheet you can use just to understand whatever we've learned today, and that sheet is the sheet we'll actually be discussing in our next class. So this is the WPL case study sheet. I'll just open it and show it to you once. So what happens is we have a company called Western Printers Limited. We have a lot of information about the company and something that will help you build a financial model of its financial statements. There are model guidelines given here. I won't go I won't discuss the model guidelines in detail. What you need to do is you need to read this case study, read these model guidelines. There are model guidelines about the column width, the cell format, then like very basic guidelines, and then it moves on to more specific stuff like the operation start date, revenue, selling price, cost inputs, everything is here. So using this, you need to build a financial model. You're required to set up a model showing the business plan for WPL with its cash flows for the next 5 years in a way of in the financial statements. So you might not understand everything, just try it out And this is what we'll be discussing in our next class on the 19th of December. So now that you've learned a lot of formulas about related data modeling, you'll be able to build this financial model. So you can just see the, like I'll be sharing 2 sheets with him. And you can see why you weren't getting the answer for data table. Also check the flags ka formula. And any other question or any other doubt that you have, you can ask me in the next class that we have.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you just explain this conditional formatting?
I'll explain conditional formatting.
Icon sets.
I'll explain it again. So what happens is that we just want, like, the idea is pretty simple. We just want the flags to come up. We want the tick to come up wherever the number is exceeding 14, and we want the cross to come up wherever it's not exceeding 14. So what I do is, first of all, I put an if formula, get the answers here. So wherever it's equal to 1, there should be a tick here. Wherever it's equal to 0, there should be a cross here. So I select this entire cell. I go to conditional formatting, manage rules. So this applies to B12 to G12, right below the cell. I go to edit rule. There are a lot of different rule types here. I am selecting format all cells based on their values, because on the basis of value, we'll decide whether the cross should be there or tick should be there. In the format style, there are different sets. Styles, I'm using icon sets. In the icon style also, there are different styles. I'm using the cross, tick, and exclamation in a circle. Now, whenever it's greater than or equal to 1, a tick should come up. Wherever it's less than 1, greater than 0, there should be an exclamation mark, because this it's not making sense. So there should be an exclamation mark here, but this doesn't matter to us because we have no such values that would come up like this. Wherever it is less than equal to 0, there should be a cross. I do OK. I do apply. Another OK. Now to get this here, I just check if I'm getting it for 5. There's a cross here. I drag it along. Check it for every cell. Wherever it is greater than equal to 1, there's a tick. Wherever it's less than equal to 0, we are getting a cross. You can try this for different variations. I tried it for some here. I'll share this sheet with you, and you can just go through the previous formula, see wherever you are going wrong, and you can try it out. Any other doubts that you have, we can always discuss them on the 19th, which is our next class. Also, like I said, I'll be sharing another Excel sheet, which is a WPL case study, which we'll be discussing. Like, a major part of the class will go on discussing that. So you can just go through the case study and try it out. Let me know whatever doubts you have. In any case, we'll be doing it completely in the next class, so we can take that up. I'll mail this to Karan right now only, and I'll tell him to share it with all of you. Okay, some of you have shared your email ID, but like someone mentioned that I can just share it with Karan, so I'm sending it to him. I'll also drop him a text, ask him to share it with you, but just follow up with him once. And ask him to send it to you. Thanks a lot, everyone. Let's discuss this further on the 19th. Thank you.
Thanks, Tanya.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.